Hello, good morning. Sorry about that long starting soon screen. Um, to chat on my own channel. Hello, nice to see you again. To everyone watching from YouTube, my name is Alex and I will be doing the commentary for today's game. Now, I expected there to be a delay actually, and there actually isn't. So, given that there is no delay on the official website, and by official website I mean chess.com. I guess we can absolutely watch this live, correct? I would say so. So let's see. First of all, I didn't actually know that Pietro played London. I didn't look at any of his previous games. I was just very curious to see what he played, and so far I'm pleasantly surprised. So we have a little accelerated London, not exactly the order that I personally play, but let me just turn this off. Okay, everything looking good. We won't have any music because Pietro usually makes a lot of clips out of his live streams, and as you know, or maybe not, Restream. I'm using Restream, and Restream is very annoying when it comes to music. So today we're just going completely silent, and we're just gonna let the chess moves be the background music of today's commentary. So there is that. So it should make sense, right? If there's no delay on chess.com, I guess we are free to watch this in real time. Hopefully we aren't getting in any trouble, right? Let me just go a bit back. See how this, okay, so this is an accelerated London. C5, C3, very normal. We get this typical pyramid formation, and now first longer think of the game. So here is my problem. This is what personally I usually would probably go here first. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily good. Knight d2 is also completely normal, mostly because now that there's a bishop here, you're probably gonna have to develop this way, I believe. Which is so funny that this is very serious commentary of a London. Hello, hello. What is the difference between your opening and this position? Oh! Oh my god, I had a heart attack for a moment. Okay, this is clearly a DGT error. The queen went to b6. We would have loved for her to go to c7, but not what happened. Okay, queen b6. Okay, sorry. D takes c5. Oof. I was nervous for a second. So this should be a line where you're probably gonna be playing, I want to say knight b3 here, and that, well, the not knight b3, no. What was it? Because I saw this recently. Yeah, knight d4. So I think that Pietro is very well prepared, from what I can see. I think that playing bishop f4 first instead of knight f3 can change a lot of the dynamics of the position. I'm just gonna play this out over here so that I can see. And then we have knight e to e4. Hello, hello. Did well not to tune into the stream immediately. No, I mean, this, I don't think I've ever gotten into this position specifically, to be very honest. But that's also because often I used to play queen, after queen b6, I would often play queen b3, which I will stop doing, by the way. But I believe that instead of taking on c5 before, maybe here I would have gone queen c1 instead. It's a bit more more of a peaceful position, I guess, than what we have here right now. This feels a little bit messier for sure. So this pawn is kind of hanging, and kind of, or really. And actually, maybe in this position, queen c1 makes a lot of sense. If takes, takes, well, that's also possible. And then queen c1. The opponent's hair seems to give competition to Alex. I was thinking of actually changing the angle because it looks like my hair is absolutely huge. It isn't that long. How are we doing on over on YouTube? So Pietro is uh, a big YouTuber. I believe he has over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I don't think he streams on Twitch very often. So we are live right now on Twitch on my channel, and also on his YouTube channel. If you are watching on YouTube, feel free to talk to us. I can follow both chats and you can also see them on screen. Canvelo, please don't do that. Can you vanish? I mean, this shows on the VOD. Please. Come on, please. All right. Well, it's still there. It's still there. It's gotta stay there, I guess. Or not. Okay. Anyway, so longer thing here. So let's see. Let's see some lines. So I was thinking queen c1. Queen c1. I wonder if you could just take here. Takes and takes. We are down a pawn, indeed. But that's part of the whole thing. This indeed does look a little bit unpleasant. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's definitely should be fine, but I do wonder if maybe we don't take there. Maybe we take here first instead. Oh, we're pinned actually, so that doesn't work. Good morning. I'm starting to maybe change my mind a little bit about this idea. This looks a little bit uncomfortable. What if we take first here? Takes, say, bishop takes, and then queen c1? Maybe this looks a little bit more pleasant, perhaps. Let's see. It loses the piece. How? It's awkward without the music. I have to be I have to be honest. I haven't woken up yet. What? Okay. Oh, you mean here? Oh yeah. Okay, okay. Gotta wake up. So queen c1, queen takes. So we saw that this is not good. So that would not happen. That's important to note, indeed. So probably here, this would make more sense. And then this and this. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Thank you, Antan. Um, even though here, even here, this might be, well, this and this. So yeah, probably this first, right? Okay, thank you. So maybe this is all the calculation that Pietro is doing. Hopefully, is doing better than me. And thankfully, he's the one playing and not me right now. So there is that. Is this cut out? Yes, it is cut out a little bit. I still haven't woken up yet. I'm not alone. Hey, Piper. G5 looks playable. G5 after something like queen c1. Well, not right away, because then you leave your queen hanging. Let's make that clear. After these trades, and after king takes on d2. Good morning, Oscar. I just saw this position in another stream. Matthew Settler. Oh, look at that. So, a very dynamic London. What did they think about it, Laws? Hey, Derp. Woke up at 7, fell asleep for. Yeah, I woke up. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I'm gonna be very honest. I couldn't fall asleep for some reason, and I of course I knew that I had to do commentary. And then Pietro was like, "Can you start 15 minutes earlier?" And then I didn't. I was not planning on starting then because I thought that there would be a 15-minute delay, but there isn't, which is very weird because I was certain there would be. So there we are now. Here we are. Hanging queens on move 5. Dynamic. I mean, it is definitely more dynamic than a lot of the positions that I play. And there, same line with the inclusion of e6 and bishop e2 before playing queen b6. I see. I I mean, I assume there is a lot of theory here. I learned, so I told you guys I learned the London or whatever I know that is very limited at this point. I learned from D4 Dynamite from this course that Gotham Chess made, and I remember that a lot of the chapters, or there was a lot of material focusing on this kind of positions after queen b6 and then hanging the pawn on b2, and um but I can't say that I remember any of it. So yeah, Pietro is thinking for a bit here, so maybe he's trying to also remember or figure it out on the spot. Come on, this is fun. This is fun. This is already messy. I don't know if this, maybe YouTube chat can tell me if this suits Pietro's style. So I found I've never met Pietro in person. I know that he gets along very well with Houseline. And I really like the content that he makes. He makes this short form videos, but also long form videos. But I mostly know him for his short form, where he analyzes a lot of very interesting studies and positions. And and he has been very ambitious when it comes to his tournament. So I think this is his third big tournament. The first one, I believe, was in Amsterdam, and then he played in Rome. And he always makes it uh, a point that he plays in the master section, or that he plays in with against much higher rated opponents. So I believe so far he's mostly played people rated over 2000 or around 1900. So always at least 150 points higher rated than him. And so far he's made a draw against, let me see. He's made a draw. Yeah, he drew 1891. So he's very ambitious like that. And we have seen Queen C1. And then I was thinking of taking on C3, and that, as Anton pointed out, and very well, and I'm grateful that you guys are paying attention. That's not a good move for black, and we would be very happy to see it, but it's not gonna happen. And yeah, I guess here black has two moves. You can either take here, and this should also be possible, right? Taking on d2. And it looks like it's gonna end up pretty much in the same position. When in Rome, you're gonna lose the beard. I actually don't know what Oscar looks like, so I don't know if that's a big event or not. Do you sleep on your stomach or on your side? Both. I just never on my back. mm, Chat is a bit cut out, isn't it? I will now look 13. Who sleeps on their back? People who are healthy. I think that sleeping on your back is the best sleeping position. Yeah. Um, Let me try to fix the chat. I'm not going anywhere. Just need to fix this now. I also realized that I need to cut my hair, so hey, it's a season of change. Um, chat. How do you do this? Chat settings, probably. And perhaps if you'd make it smaller. No, that didn't do anything. Did that help? Let me try that again. Why are there no paragraphs in this? It's so weird. Can you read any of that if I make it like this? Is this even readable? Just don't write messages that are too long. How about that? Hello, my Tyrion. Hello. All right, quiz one. No. Is this too small? Is this still readable? I mean, definitely if you are not, definitely not if you are uh, on a phone. But if you are on PC, it should be readable, right? I can read it, and I don't even have it on a full screen. So no copy pasta. No, we have to behave. We have people watching on YouTube. We have to show that Twitch chat uh, behaves. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure it is true. Thank you, Tineri. Okay, so I still think that here there's two options for black. I wonder there's no way for black to avoid the trade. By the way, I can turn this on for a second just to see if you can. Yeah, it shows on the screen. Maybe let's do that. I will mostly keep the eval bar off though. This is very hello, very even still. I would love to remember or to know what the time control is for this event. I don't, so I assume it's 90 plus 30, but I don't know if there is extra time after move 40. So is it the same time format as LIGO or is it different? Does anyone know by any chance? Ninety thirty, but is there extra time after move 40? That is the question. Hello, Enjoy. Is anyone here going to play Grenke? I just I was thinking of making like a little video sort of announcing that I'm going. And just as I was writing the script, I thought I signed up for a chess tournament and it's one of the biggest chess tournaments in the world. And then I realized, wait a minute, there's still 1 month and a half until then, and there's over 2,000 people signed up already. So for sure there will be more. And I found out that usually there's around 3,000 participants. And then I was thinking, there is no way there is any other tournament in the whole world that is bigger than Grenke. And I asked on Discord, and if chat says something, they know what they're talking about. And indeed, it is the biggest tournament in the world, the biggest chess tournament in the world. And it's not surprising because I mean, 3,000 people. 3,000. Can you imagine? 3,000 people all in one venue. That's probably this huge arena. Boy, I believe they even have concerts and everything. It's it's 90 plus 30, yeah. So no extra time. Gotcha. Honestly, shorter games, I guess. It is in Germany, yes. It is in Germany in Karlsruhe, which is close to Stuttgart. Playing a tournament, so can play, I see. An Easter tournament is spawned on the calendar right in my city, 8 rounds at 45 plus 30. And how many days run? Hopefully not 2 days. 4 days, okay. Pretty good. I mean, I'll be playing 4 days of double rounds in Grenke, and it's not 45 plus 30, it's 90 plus 30. Oh, but it's afternoon. That's an interesting time control. Very interesting. One moment. If you hear any noise, it's my neighbors, kids. It's kids playing, which we approve of. Very innocent, very cute. Um, it's great practice still. You can ask for buys, no? Maybe, Joan. That's good. Yes, very wholesome. Wholesome, and at this point, I don't mind it. The one thing that I don't like is they have a dog, and the dog is very noisy sometimes, but all right. I do have to say, I do wonder what opponent is thinking about here. I don't know if there's any other options than queen takes on c1 and queen takes on d2, which I believe will all end up in the same position. Um, Anything else from the looks of it will just hang your queen. Like, is there anything, any other move? So I'm surprised. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised by the time usage here on by black, but who knows? Dominic Sviat Sviatok mm, Sviatkovsky. These names have been really difficult to. Chess commentators have it difficult. They have to pronounce these names. I really hope you are required 30-minute break in the rules between games if you are playing 2 rounds. Well, I hope so too, Oscar, but I think that it's gonna be like a very brutal, like you start very early, and then the afternoon round starts, yeah, much later. So at least you have time to eat something. I don't know at what time they start in the morning, like 9, 10? Even that is a bit. Oof, it is gonna be a brutal tournament, that's for sure. What accent? What accent? Isn't that tennis player Zviontek? I don't know what her. I actually never learned how to pronounce her name. I always said it's Swiatek. Zviontek. Interesting. Is this sound like a Polish name, right? I'm not very educated on this. I know that Pietro is from Switzerland, and he is from the Italian side of Switzerland, because I think Switzerland has an Italian side, a German side, and a French side, right? Do you also play table tennis? I used to play a lot. Yeah, I really like it. I really do. Only fools will resign. Yeah. Do you guys know that Pietro has this like signature saying? I don't know how to call it. It's fools will resign, good players will make a draw, but only a genius can win, or something like that. Finished 5 minutes before the next round began because they played a long equal rook endgame. Lucky there was 30 minutes. Okay, I don't know about that, Oscar. I will look into it. I'm very curious. We gotta do the same thing you did with Theo. Oh, you wanna do a little Olympiad Eskia? If I ever come back to the Netherlands, sure. Yes, Pietro's doing great. I mean, opponent all of a sudden is equal on time, and I might be a bit too critical here, but I really wonder what opponent is thinking about. Like, how far in advance is opponent thinking at this point? Is there any difference between taking on c1 or taking on d2? And are there any other candidates? I'm really curious here. It seems like a very weird usage of time, to be honest. He's been thinking for a good while now. Okay, takes on d2. He had knight takes d2. Didn't that hang the queen? Alright, and indeed we finish in the exact position we had looked at. Here, I guess Pietro's just double checking, which of course in a classical tournament you should always double check. I used to play tennis with roommates. Yeah, I'm very heartbroken about that, but I can't play tennis anymore. I don't have my wrist is way too weak for it. Oh, I see. So so here we have, yeah, we had this option, but technically we also had this option. Now, what is wrong with taking here first? With taking f5 first? If there is anything wrong with it. So we know that Pietro took on d2. So let's say this. Then you take here, and say you take with the rook. I guess after that, maybe here they can long castle. And our king is a bit left in the middle with a bit of a weird pawn structure over here. Even though, long castles, maybe we have this open, semi-open b file. It might be a matter of preference because I don't see any tactics here, I think. Wonders if there's any e5. So there's one option, or we can just take here, which is what happened. You still won't be able to castle, but at least you keep your light square bishop, I guess. Feels a little bit more harmonious, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a preference. I didn't see any tactics after takes. Took on d2 and confidently took out a Kinder chocolate bar. I really like those. Now I don't like them very much because I don't really love milk chocolate. I remember you saying about the Hey Alpoca. Hey Faster Warrior. So I have like a kist in my wrist that you can see. I don't know how else you can see, it's a little bump over there. And so yeah, this way you can see it clearly. So I have this thing that appeared that basically I got when I was used to play tennis, and I had a surgery. You can also see my scar. I had a surgery to remove it. I have the scar over there, but unfortunately the case just appeared again. So you're not actually meant to have surgeries on this, so I kind of got scammed. And my wrist is very weak because of it, and obviously when you play tennis, you have to have really strong wrists, especially with your dominant hand, which is not the case for me. And when I play tennis, it's very painful. So yeah. Okay. So now the bishop is hanging. Note there is actually also some e5. Oh, this is interesting now. There's some aspects that we should consider. So first of all, f5 is hanging. Second of all, there is e5, right? Um, that could be annoying, and even takes followed by takes could be an option, I guess, for black, perhaps. So say I guess you can come back and still keep this option. Although this is also a thing, you can trade. I mean, there's now it's a moment of decision for black. So I assume that taking here is not very good. You fix white's pawn structure. Um, even though they're all on dark squares, both opponents here left with the bishops. We have not castled, but queens have been traded. So at this point, that might also be an advantage. This bishop here might be a little bit annoying, so we might consider trading in the future. Who knows? I'm not sure about that given our pawn structure in the dark squared bishop. So yeah, this is, I believe, probably very comfortable for black. Okay, opponent goes for bishop back to d7. Wants to stay on the diagonal, and potentially, I guess, if we take here, they want to take back with the bishop. Could it be? There were also some ideas like this. I guess, which is equal. By the way, this got a brilliant. I just realized this is considered a brilliant move. That I turned on the engine because indeed this is hanging. So had we taken here, they had knight takes. And of course we can take because this is hanging. So here you have to play queen c1. Queen takes, queen takes. And it's equal materially, but apparently this is better for black. You do have a very ruined pawn structure and lose the right to castle. So I hadn't thought about it that way. When I saw knight e4, I hadn't realized what was going on completely, but now I see. So this was indeed a brilliant move, leaving this hanging. That was interesting. But okay, this is what we got instead. And rook b1 played very fast by Pietro, targeting that pawn. It's so much easier when you have the engine to realize what is going on. Rook b1, rook b1. Bishop d7 also prevents shenanigans with bishop f5, b5. Yep, yep. And c5 is indeed a target. Okay. Rook b1, rook b1, rook b1. Now this is very interesting, and I think that Pietro has it all under control. I am the one who's a bit lost, but isn't there like e5 here? So e5 attacking this. Of course, there's this. I wonder if e5 is a good move. e5. Here we would have to take. And maybe taking here is nice for black. Because now this is annoying and this is still hanging. Let's see. Knight e5. F takes. F takes. And our pawn structure is really suffering in this game so far. Well, this is also hanging. Even though I don't know if this is good. Oh, this is hanging too. So many things are hanging. So this is in case of e5. Oh, e5 engine also likes, seems to be a good move. Rook c8 is also suggested, which I am a bit surprised by. This is the line. Also including f5. And here, what a mess of a position. Do you know what the best move is here after this? So this is what we played. Because apparently the rook c8 is an option. Rook b7, e5. You know what the best move is here for white? Let's see. Let's have a little quiz moment. I don't know for sure what the whole idea is. I haven't calculated it, but the best move in this position is very interesting to say the least. Knight takes knight. Let's see. Knight takes. Bishop takes, and now both this and this is hanging. So that seems like it isn't very good. Bishop b5. Bishop b5 is one of the top engine moves. So let's say take on f4. This is the mess. The best move here is to take here. And this is apparently absolutely equal. You can't move the knight because then you get checked and forked. And you sack the bishop, I guess, to infiltrate like this. What a mess of a position. But yes, bishop b5 is one of the options. But actually the top engine move is bishop a6. Bishop a6. Because after takes, we have rook takes d7, king takes, bishop takes c8, king takes. Oh, this is not even the best move. King c7 is the best move. What a mess. So this, and then bishop, I mean, this is engine line, so please just obviously keep that in mind. Bishop takes, and bishop, yeah, and then this is just such a mess. And this is bishop a6. It would have never crossed my mind. But this is in case of rook c8, which is a very unusual plan. Oh, wait, instead, opponents just castled. Now, castling long, I am extremely surprised by. Whoa, I did not expect that. This feels like you are castling in front of danger. You have the only semi-open file in a whole position where we have already placed a rook and you castle right into it, not to mention this bishop. I mean, I'm aware there's still e5 ideas and you can't exactly access that right away, but this is a bit sketchy, no? Can you add the eval bar? I will turn it off and on. Grab it so we can also think about it without the engine. Yeah, bishop b5 was a good idea, but the opponent changed everything. And yeah, imagine we take here and the opponent takes here. That would be absolute cinema. Would love to see it, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Now, this is when you kind of just take a step back and you're thinking, there is no way this is a good move. There is no way that you castling right into a semi-open file with your bishop and your rook still on their starting squares and not participating very much in the conversation. And we are very much ahead in development, and we are ready to go. Like, what? That's a very interesting decision by our opponent. I'm not gonna lie. But it's also not very straightforward, you know, uh, when it comes to White's plan of action. So I was looking, so maybe bishop b5. This is still a big threat, like no, there's no doubt about it. It's also good because I don't think that opponent still has e5 here. It's not a move. Bishop a6 now. Bishop a6. I love how we kind of recycled that idea from earlier. That's really good. But let's see, why doesn't it work? Bishop a6. So if you take, we take, and we are threatening this. Well, of course, because then if you take, then this square is free, so the king can run and is not a checkmate threat anymore. But it's a great initiative. Exactly. Exactly. You free the square, so that's not it. New plan, rook b3, rook a3, rook a6. If this would be very nice if this would be very nice if this were dice chess. Indeed. It'd also be very nice to be able to put this knight over here. And for this knight to go away and to put the knight over here. That would be very nice. That's a nice checkmate. And technically we weren't too far away from it, but I think we can only dream. You would roll 3 rooks and go to the bar, yeah. Or 3 knights. I'm also happy with 3 knights. Okay, so I like that we are taking a good thing here because this is exactly as I said, this is the moment, like Andras also says, you look at this and you're thinking, there is no way this is good. There is just no way that you just made a correct move. Obviously, when he played it, we instantly saw the mistake symbol, but just you actually consider long castles. It defends b7 and there are no queens, and you can keep pressing the c5 pawn. Well, it's definitely not completely winning for whites, and as I said, it isn't a clear plan. Maybe bishop b5 route, but then again, this is not a forcing move. This is not. But we are building something, and it's also a great move to open up this rook and perhaps double up and just go for something over there. There's a lot of things to consider. Hello, Alan. Yes, Mania, I still work with him. Yeah. Oscar, it's on Mondays, but I haven't decided on the time yet. I don't know if it's gonna be at 5 p.m. I have to be very honest, but we will not discuss that now. There's people watching. This is more of a personal. Indeed, Antan. Yeah, that's a great observation. So it's not like we can double right away and go for it. We still need a few more tempi. So for that reason, it might not be that scary. Um, I don't know. I keep thinking just bishop b5. Say bishop b5. And what do you do with black here? I mean, this doesn't work. I don't think it does. We just maybe even this, right? If you take, we can take, and then we can take here at the end. If you take like so, obviously we have a check. So it doesn't look like e5 is a good move. That being said, one of the few things that you have here is that this pawn is weak. And you want to get your bishop out, right? So how do you do that? I would very much doubt that this is the way to go. Also, this, honestly, I wonder if in these positions you might even want to sack. Let's see. No. But sometimes it could be an idea. Yeah, this looks... It's not KO, that's for sure. But maybe then you have time to bring your rook over. That was... I'm just looking at options for black in case we play here. Let's see what the engine says. Engine suggests g5, which has been mentioned before, I believe, by Piper. Interesting. It's an interesting move. What if we take it? Knight a5. Okay, now it looks more like an engine move because what is going on? I'm not entirely sure. There's also this. Yeah, that looks very much like an engine move. So it's, yeah, you see this and you're like, this is very sketchy, but how do you go for it? How do you attack it? Here, knight a5 is the best move. You're trying to force trades. I assume wanting to force trades for black here is a good idea because, you know, your king is definitely more vulnerable. Let me turn this off. I don't know what g5 was for because then the best move after g5 was rook e8. It's very random. Okay, bishop b5 played. What is your rating? I am around 2000 online. Juan, we are not discussing that today. Pietro is his name, yes. He is from the Italian side of Switzerland. If the light square bishops come off the board, also, yes, indeed. So knight a5 makes sense because you're also looking for that c4 outpost. Indeed. It's so frustrating, you know, it's like, oh, my opponent can do whatever he wants. My opponent can just castle along here and then I can't attack it. But bishop, I think bishop b5 is a very natural start, and then black has to figure it out. It's a very tricky position for black, and I think it's much easier to play for white at this point, I believe. So black has to figure it out. He might be thinking, why did I castle? Why? You have to prevent rook b8, so g5 just deflects the f4 bishop, and it does not matter because white also has an isolated pawn. Joan, sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything. Around 5 friends of mine from my local chess club from Switzerland are playing in this tournament. Look at that. It's a famous tournament about among Swiss. How do you call people from Switzerland? It's Swiss, right? Swiss people. Sorry if I'm wrong, but that feels like that. I didn't know you were from Switzerland, Niels. Oh, there you go. You know what? I never thought about this, but I actually never thought about which side of Switzerland Roger Federer is from. But it's probably from the French side, right? Roger Federer is probably from the French side. He does speak French. No? German? Damn. Doesn't he speak French? German. I didn't know that. I never really thought about that. But Nils, not everyone in Switzerland speaks all of the four languages, right? Some other streamer called me Denmarkian. Okay, I know you're Danish. That's the advantage of being a chess player because you have the English, you have the Danish, you have the Dutch. It helps you. You have the French, you have the Italian, the Spanish, you just have everything. He speaks perfect Italian, but that's not the case for every person from Switzerland, right? I can't imagine, but that would be awesome speaking French and Italian and German pretty much fluently. But I mean, almost most speak at least two of the four. Can you please enlighten me as to which one is the fourth? So you have German, Italian, and French, and which one is the fourth one? Sorry for being ignorant, I'm learning here. Romanche? Romanche? Is that a thing? From the south side of Switzerland, you could probably not distinguish them from actual Italians. That's very interesting. So and is it similar to say Italian and French? Well, Tineri, I didn't learn them from when I was little. I just happened to move from one country to another on the opposite side of Europe. It's not like I lived in Romania and in Romania everyone speaks two languages. No, in Romania everyone speaks Romanian. I heard the Swiss mountain bikers speak Romance and I understood quite a lot. That's very interesting. Well, thank you. I'm learning a lot today. By the way, I predict that Black will take quite some time here to decide what it's gonna do. I think this is very tricky. I mean, if the top move here is actually knight a5, it's a tricky position. Knight a5 is not that difficult to find. It just feels. I take it back. It might be. It makes sense. You want to trade. I mean, g5. e5 is also suggested here, but I thought that e5 didn't work. Wait a minute. Sorry, 1 second. e5 doesn't work here, does it? Can't you just take? Let's see. Knight takes c6. Bishop takes. Yeah, and then you just stay here. It doesn't work. I don't know why this is even suggested. Oh, this gets an exclamation mark. No, okay, I see why. Because at least according to my engine, this is the best move, and then technically it's 0.7. If you play the second best move, it's which is g5 according to my engine. So obviously keep an open mind. It's already plus 1.7. So it's almost like this is one of those only moves that at least the engine considers an only move. It's not nice. So e6 is bad. Knight a5, bishop a3. Let's see, let's see, let's see. A3? Wait. What do you mean bishop a3? E6 is bad. Let's think about it. Apparently it is. Knight takes, bishop takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook b8 check, king d7, rook hb1. I mean, the engine absolutely hates this for black. Even though it's equal material, it absolutely despises whatever is going on here. Oh, a6. Let me see. That's another great suggestion. So knight a5, bishop a6. If they take, they get invaded. E5 is suggested here. Bishop takes and then f6. What is this position? Like this is still hanging. It's just everything hanging. And then best move is h4. I mean, this is such a mess. You can just not take it and just let it be. This is still defending this. The knight is still defending there. Wow. How did we get here? On something unrelated, what are your favorite vegetables? At the moment, my favorite vegetable is red pepper. Ah, and green pepper is also good. I really love the smell of peppers, on a very unrelated note. I mean, h4, I guess they want to prevent, with h4, they want to prevent, because after d6, they probably want to prevent g5 to not trap the bishop. I would assume in that line. Yeah, well, I obviously it's a classical game, so opponents will take their time. But I think this is a moment where black is like, oh shoot, what am I supposed to do? It's tricky. Very interesting. Pizza Racer. I have red pepper on cheese. Yeah, I don't like cheese, but just the smell of pepper. Did you? I'm sorry. This might sound weird, but have you ever just taken a pepper and just smelled it? It smells very nice. Broccoli is also good. Not my favorite, but it's also good. Eggplant, summer squash, summer squash. What is a summer squash? Like similar to a zucchini. Do it. It smells really nice. The dark square bishop and the reef. Yes, Piper, they do look very dangerous. And look what the previous move. You saw this, right? Black just castled into it. It was such a surprising moment. In my last classical game, I had 4 minutes left after 17 moves. Oh my goodness! And how did it go? Hopefully, because you won in 17 moves. Exactly, Anton. You spend the first 10 minutes like, why did I do this to myself? Exactly. I lost. Sorry. I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds weird, but I know what I'm talking about. You should really test this. I see. That's not good when you're out of books so early. Yeah, very sketchy whatever happened here. I mean, before Long Castles, it was all good. We were concerned about this e5 move for so long. We were concerned about so many things. Sleep Tide franchise. And then, I mean, if it's one of those traps, then being out of book on move 3 is pretty annoying. Imagine when you have to figure out a trap over the board. I think we're gonna be here a while. I mean, the body language of our opponent is like, what have I done? And it's move. What it move is this? It's move 13. uh, by the way, I'm using the restream chat, so if there's any redeems or any stream streaks, anything, please let me know, because I might miss it. That's the disadvantage of not having a setup, proper setup, and having just a travel one, aka just a computer. But at least I don't mean to jinx it, but at least the stream looks good, and yeah. The guy in white makes content too. I don't recognize him. Sorry, Juan. I can't see it. Thank you though. 70 is pretty crazy. No, Teneric. No. And then what I noticed there's some streamers out there that are very strict with their chat. Like very strict. And I was thinking, man, I'm so nice. Maybe I should show more often the fact that I was raised in conservative Romania. I sound like I was born during the communist era, but you know what I mean. The Balkan roots. Even though I don't. Okay, let's not go into the Balkan conversation slash debate. Is it possible to send links in chats? What link would you like to send? Another stream, yes. This is round 7. This is round 7 of Pietro. Is it 7? 6. Sorry, round 6. Oh yes, so you can send it now. No, wait, no, not now. I think now you should be able to send it. Yeah, go, go, go. You have 60 seconds. Render the anthem. I told you when I was growing up, there were a lot of things that were a lot more. I told you about the shock that I had when I moved from Romania to Portugal, and there were so many things that I was never allowed to say or do. Like, this tournament is in Isle of Wight, such as you couldn't say hello to your teachers. Like in Portugal, you say hola to your teachers, and that was the shock to me. Like, no, you say good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Professor, dear Professor, whatever. This is FIDE. Yeah, it is the FIDE tournament. We go bishop c7, d7 check. You're suggesting this? Ooh, and then rook b5 maybe. But knight c4, king. Not there. Don't go there, please. Here. And then we bring the other rook, maybe? Whatever. The best move here is c6. Okay, which makes sense, because you still have this threat. But I think that's a good line of action. That's a good idea to start with. It's just that that knight will be so awkward. I mean, it does have an outpost. But then we still have this. I can make arrows now. Yeah, see, it's been, I don't know, 20 minutes? Still no move? By the way, how was it to learn completely new language while still learning subjects in school in a language you didn't know yet? Here we are on first name base with teachers, like that doesn't exist in Romania. That's what I'm talking. Um, Lazy Beast, we are doing commentary for Pietro, who is not sitting at the table right now. And Pietro is mostly a YouTuber. He has a lot of subscribers and he makes very nice content. So I strongly recommend you check him out. Tineric, is this a moment for me to flex? Do I have permission to flex? Just to answer your question. Where is he? I mean, he's probably just chilling at this point. I mean, his opponent has been thinking for over 20 minutes. Sure. So, so I don't know how I did it. I can't remember everything clearly because it was over 10 years ago. But I somehow just completely absorbed everything that I needed. I never ever failed a test, even like the first tests that I did in school. Like even in Portugal, I did a lot this diagnostic, what they call like diagnostic tests, where the teachers just wanted to see what you knew. Like not even those I ever failed. Like I don't know, I just did it. I was smart when I was little, then it all went away, but it was not hard. The hardest part was integrating socially. I can't explain. Uh, who am I? My name is Alex. I am a Twitch streamer. My Twitch channel is Asmoada, and I play a lot online. I'm rated around 2000 online. I have a feed of 1560, which I hope to get up to improve in my next tournament. And Pietro asked me to do some commentary for him, and I'll be here today, and I'll also be here on Sunday. Nice to meet you all, and thank you. That's so funny, Tineric. That Vanish works in Twitch chat, but it doesn't work on Restream chat, so I can still see what you said. You said what happened now? I don't know what happened. Yeah, opponent is it's one of those positions like I am originally Romanian, yes. Good guess. Romanian. Can I stand fishes? I don't know what you're talking about, Fossive, but sure, go ahead. Yeah, so how long has it been since the last time we had a move? I don't remember, but it's definitely been over 25 minutes. It's such a desperate position. It's not desperate. It's just so uncomfortable for black. Pietro went to have some coffee, went to have a snack, and still no move. Did you have a favorite pet as a child? Um, I had a lot of cats. I've always had cats. I really like cats. Thank you for the question. Yeah, chat over on YouTube if you have any questions, if you have anything you'd like to talk about. I mean, we have time. Commentary streams, we kind of covered a few lines, and now we're just gonna wait for opponent to finally make a move. But I mean, I cannot blame him. The best move here, the best move here is knight a5, at least according to my end. So, yeah. I can say Crăciun fericit. Well, that's already really good because I know that Crăciun doesn't sound a lot. I mean, it maybe sounds a little bit like Christmas, but it's a very weird word. I can confirm. Ever since living in Romania, I realized how difficult Romanian is. Because there's things that I just know by heart, but when someone asks me to explain it to them, I'm like, yeah. Well, Hira, I will not wish you a happy birthday because according to Portuguese superstitions, it's bad luck to wish you happy birthday before your birthday. So I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, like Pietro's almost falling asleep. Look at that. That's very funny, Ellen. I remember when you told me that, and I had to think a lot to understand what you were talking about, but then I realized, you know, it's so it's so funny that sometimes when you're, for instance, you are applying for a job, say, and they ask uh for you to have, like, imagine you're not from Germany and they ask you for C2 level German. It's very common for locals to not have, I wouldn't say they don't have C2 level, but there's a lot of things they don't know. Like it's very common for people, for natives, to not speak a language as well or as correctly as people who have learned it as a second language. For instance, I was shocked when I was little because I learned Portuguese. It was a new language for me. It was my like a third language. And a lot of the kids made like very bad mistakes and I would correct them and I was not a native. And it's just because for them it's it's a lot of it is learned by ear. When did it switch to being a hobby? I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it's a hobby for me right now. Generic. I just not at present. Like when I was in the Netherlands, I just took a course for Dutch because I had this ambition of learning Dutch, but then university work was so much that I just couldn't keep up. And then I guess with Spanish maybe would be an argument, but I mostly studied Spanish when during COVID. Now what I know is just from music and such. A friend of mine failed Catalan C2 exam because you have to be very good at writing texts. You have to be very good at grammar. There's a lot of things that vocabulary definitely the vocabulary is definitely there, but when it comes to rules, to grammar, to being able to write a very nice text according to whatever criteria there is, it's not so straightforward, no. Please make a move. I mean, can you blame him, Tal? Can you blame him? Honestly, imagine you are in this position and you spend half an hour. You realize that you made a move that was not good, and now it's completely your fault that you are in this position. Exactly, Anton. This is the great lesson in time management. Had they spent 5 minutes more on the previous move, they would not have wasted 20 right now. So true. It was very. It was a one mover, that long castle. You think that it makes sense, but then there's just you have to think, what am I gonna do next? That's the whole point of classical chess, that you're not thinking in blitz. One movers work. Not all the time, but oftentimes it does. In classical, you have the time, and you are meant to know a bit more of what you're gonna do in the future. Now you're stuck. I even feel bad for him. I feel bad for him because by his body language, he seems so uncomfortable and so upset. I actually feel bad. This is move 13. Jeez. Such an interesting game it's been. I mean, I've done commentary a few times, but I don't think I've ever seen this. I'm so bad even at my native language, so when I had an exam, I had to lock in so hard. But that's the thing. Like, you would think that it's your mother tongue. You should be good at it. But it's not that straightforward. It really isn't. Language learning is difficult, and speaking a language perfectly to a C2 proficient level is not that easy. Yeah, Juan, it's such a shame that we sometimes can have both. I once spent 50 minutes on move 5. Let me guess, Pizza Racer. That game didn't go well. He plays knight a5. Okay, so respect though that the the long thing paid off. That is indeed the best move here. GG's. Well done. It would probably get an exclamation point. Let's see. No. Now I feel even worse for you. I'm sorry. Yeah. But hey, did it's very concerning because sometimes when you spend half an hour on one move, it's very easy to overthink things. And I even expected a very bad move. To be honest, I was gonna say I didn't expect this move now. Yes, we will give it an exclam point. It was definitely one of those moments that really had the potential for going really badly for black. So good stuff. I wonder how much of this time that is spent right now was dedicated to thinking to himself, what have I done? Why did I do this? Why? But maybe in a more violent way. Okay, so we have knight a5. We looked at some moves here, but we looked at bishop takes d7. Bishop takes and king takes, and I think we looked at rook b5. Excuse me, this is a move here? Oh, this is also a move. Because then you have c6. And you can't go there. You can't go here. You have to go there. But apparently this is back to equal, so it's not so good for us. But that's an idea. What else? I thought just rook b5. Say rook b5, knight c4, king. We saw that this is not good. King d3. And can we not take here? Well, not right now. Let's make a move for black first. My bad. King c8. Defending the pawn. I mean, this isn't good. So, actually, it is. Look at that. You can do this because then we can take here. And if you take that, you're in trouble. And c7. Look at that. This is so interesting. So even rook hb1 is good there. I quite like rook b5 and everything that happens afterwards. But maybe even better, let's say we go here and you don't fall for that. Can you go? This is not good because of c6. Oh, e5. Of course. Then we have this. Can you go here? You still have, there's a lot of tactics over here. Look at that. A lot of tactics. Oh my goodness. So this was after rook and here. Do you have e5 right now? Then this is hanging. King c8. The best move here is knight c6. If you take, we take with check. And what if you take here? That's hanging. Jeez. There's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. All starting with this. So the more natural line, I would say. The most natural. I mean, technically you can take here as well, but then you have c6, right? You you always have to be careful about this. So king takes is the best. And we saw that this is not so good as it simplifies too much. That's why I thought rook b5. This. You can't go there. This bishop is so strong. This bishop is so strong. And then we also saw this is not good. This is the line. Oh my god. This is fun. And then you say that London isn't fun. Hate to say it, but London bishop being a monster here. I'll go on a bike stroll. Be back in like 2 hours if the game is still going. If not, have fun. Have fun, Juan. Enjoy. I'm glad that it is a sunny day for you because here it's very, very windy and not so nice. Oh, we have a move already. Hey, Joel. Yes. We have a move. We have c6, which we did not consider. We did not consider this move at all. So let's see. Let's analyze. Let's see what Pietro calculated. So maybe there's something like this. But in this position, I guess we have this. Or this is even better. Let me see if I made the correct moves according to the engine. This gets a question mark, by the way. Engine really preferred taking this and keeping the c6 move for later. See, this pawn, even this pawn that was considered so weak, had so much potential in this other lines that we were looking at. Say knight takes. Bishop or knight takes. Say knight takes. Bishop takes. Bishop takes. No, but this is okay. And rook b1. This is considered, of course, better for white because while these pieces are parked, these are ready to go. And here your best move is here, and then you are gonna have some trouble defending all of this. So I wonder why that is so bad. What's the difference if you take with the bishop? Hmm. What is the difference between the two lines I just showed? Oh, this is what the engine wants. The engine wants to keep the knight. Not bad. And this doesn't do much. Ah, okay, so if you trade everything, it's a nice position. But if black takes and trades the bishops. Okay, but what if we take with the knight? This is also equal. Indeed, this knight, we cannot take it out of here. It will take a lot of work. Interesting. So there's some things to consider. Yeah, bishop takes. Hey, Timothy. But it's very easy to look at it with the engine, just to make it make sense. But I guess the first option that we had where we treated everything and the bishop and the rook are still parked on the back rank for black, then of course that's at least slightly better for white. But if black here decides to take with the pawn, I mean that knight will be stuck on a5, but unfortunately we cannot get rid of it, at least not very easily. So now it's a question, do we keep the knight, do we keep the bishop? We're probably keeping the bishop here, no? Hello, Tamara. So weird seeing Tamara not Lonely. Sorry. It's the streamer formerly known as Lonely Winter. Very interesting so far. Let me see something. How long did it take for Pietro to play? Yeah, so Pietro thought for 7 minutes on c6. And it was indeed not the best move. But let's see what he calculated. Surely he calculated something. He knew this was gonna happen. Can you close prediction? There was a prediction? Ah, sorry, I keep knocking my camera. Okay, my phone. Yeah, Anton, that was a good question by Tineric to Joel. Like, just the other day, I told you guys there is this creator. I think her name is Cozy Chess. I think it was her, but I might be mistaken. Where she made this reel about a big mistake that players with less experience make when playing classical tournaments. And that was getting up. No, it wasn't Cozy Chess. It was someone else. I'm sorry. It was a YouTuber, and I believe it was a YouTube video that someone shared with me. Um, if I'm not mistaken, it was an international master whose name I can't remember. Anyways, getting to the point, he said that one of the biggest mistakes that less experienced players make when playing classical tournaments is they get up from the board too much. You think, okay, I made my move. While opponent is thinking, I'll go for a walk. It should be good for me. I'll go have something to drink, and apparently that is not a good strategy. It's good to take breaks. It's good to go on walks, but it's also important to use the time that your opponent is thinking to be thinking yourself. It sometimes may feel a bit like a waste because maybe you're focusing on one move and your opponent makes a completely different move. But it's very important to keep and stay aware of the position. That's also why it's so interesting that usually you can remember a lot of the moves that you made in a classical game, even if you think that you don't have great memory or you're not a grandmaster, you will more often than not remember a lot of the key moves because you spend so much time thinking of that one position, thinking only about this one position. But of course, that is if you are actually really focused and I go on walks and a lot, but still keep thinking about the position. Well, Oscar, that's a flex because that's maybe not accessible to everyone since it's not so easy to think about the position in your head. Not for everyone. If you can, that's awesome, and I've heard a lot of people say that same thing that you said, where they go on walks, but they are still thinking about the position in their heads. But if you cannot do that, just sit and look at the board and play with yourself. No, I'm just kidding. There are exercises for that, and I was actually thinking of doing some of those exercises on stream with you guys. I just have to find the best way to do it. But either way, so I heard that this is great advice that you should not just stop completely thinking about the position and just restart thinking when it is your turn. Also, use your opponent's time to think about some alternatives, to have some ideas, and then you're very likely to have a line prepared already when it is your turn. Or if your opponent surprises you with something else, then you are still aware of a lot of the dynamics in the position and it can help you find some key ideas. So apparently, I've been also told that when I played my classical tournament, I got up from the board way too often. And see, it was my first classical tournament, and I thought that it was good. I thought that moving was good. I thought that just not being focused on the one thing and yeah, I thought that that would be bad for me, but apparently it's good to take breaks, but not so much. Okay, bishop takes natural. The worst is when I get up and take a stroll and relax, and then stop at some random board and start calculating. Sometimes I did that a little bit, but not much because it was just too much for me. But it's fun, to sit next to like some GM's boards and look at it and make this frown and make this face like, what's going on here? And you are in your mind you're actually just counting the pawns. It's fun. Yeah, Piper. That's true. So here, the best option for black is to take with the pawn and keep the knights. Actually, pawn takes is better for um for black, and also indeed here it would have been better. Actually, see another great move by opponent. We looked at the line where we keep the bishops, which we liked. Well, took with the pawn, pawn takes. Yeah, this is back to equal, at least according to the engine. But let's say we try to double. The problem is, it's also not so straightforward. How do we double? Like, all of these squares are inaccessible. And this is not good either. And this is not good either. So if we want to do that, I think we need an extra move, right? I think we probably have to move the king or something so that we can go rook b2 and then rook b1. Yeah, we lost a little bit of the advantage. Having that pawn was nice. But it was all a matter of calculation. Give a check and then double. Well, I assume this would not be good for black, or is it? Oh, this is so much. Whoa, why is this so much better for? Oh, what? Oh, you can't say because of rook c4, knight c4. This is not good. Right away, if that's what you meant. Because of e5. Yeah, yeah. Okay, wait. Hesitating, but we're gonna have a move. Pawn takes. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, opponent made that one move that we thought was a bit sketchy and then stepped it up. Is this another exclamation point? No. Look, so far apparently both are playing with 95% accuracy. And now we saw that rook b8 is not good. Yeah, Oscar, he did step it up. So we saw that this is not good because of all these ideas, the forking ideas. And most likely here you should make like a king move, say king d3. I don't know if there's anything better. And then try to double up. But now it's anyone's game all of a sudden. Black is going to be able to soon get this bishop out. I don't know where it's going. I don't know if it's going this way. And yeah, it's a game again. Now it's going to be a bit more difficult to predict. Sometimes brain gets activated after you realize you play the limit, yeah. He might go for my line and blunder. Well, thankfully, he has time. So we can just calculate and e5 is the threat now too. Yeah, so moving the king is really important now. For that reason. You are right. You are absolutely right. So let's move the king, get out of the way of any annoying forks. It's tricky. Hey, that knight on a5, who would have thought that that knight would be so tricky and so annoying for us? Hello. Hello, YouTube chat. Yeah, it's not an easy move to make. But maybe you can think of it. Luckily, it serves two purposes. So I think it's more findable here because it's not only serves all this purpose of avoiding any issues with e5 and then knight fork, but also it allows, oh no, oh no. Yeah. Okay. Just king d7, rook takes. Just very careful. e5 still a problem. e5 still a problem. Rook b1 here, I believe, is a blunder because of e5. So very careful about that, please. I mean, it doesn't mean that opponent will find it, but it is tricky. What even is the best move? Just move your king away of any forks. Away from any forks and yeah, hope for the best. All right. Don't move too fast, Pietro. Don't move too fast. You have time. You are up on time, 20 minutes. I know you can't hear me, but I'm invested now. Tricky, difficult position. I mean, for us it was easy. Um, for us it was easy because you make some moves and then you look at the engine. Obviously when you're calculating, you have all these variations, and it wasn't so clear. Okay, in this position I'm doing better. In this position I'm not. So that's a great skill that you need to develop, is being able to evaluate the position. That's why I did this exercise a few times with Joel, and I really enjoyed it. Um, and with others as well. When they gave me a position, I say, okay, evaluate this position. What do you think? Who is better and why? What are the weaknesses of each side? What This exercise is so underrated, and not a lot of people do it, I think. Where you just look at a position and you're thinking, what are the weaknesses of each side? What are the strengths? What are the plans for each position? Which one is, and then you kind of try to evaluate it. Yeah, so now we have an important king move to make. Hello, other Pietro. It was better at some point, but still a game. Important decision moment here. Hello, Paul. Hello. Yes, we are indeed down a pawn. And it was that c6 pawn. That's c6. Ooh. Man, I am getting tired. I always find it so funny how I get tired doing commentary and then they are actually there burning all the calories and thinking a lot. It's funny. Yeah, so here we need a king. We have to see e5. I guess you could say that our compensation is that we have more active pieces. We are ahead in development, but it's not a clear. A pawn is a pawn. The best move is king e2 or king d3. King e2 I think is better even. I don't know why. Better knight, but hey, d yeah, we have to be careful about e5. Our pieces are better. That's for sure. And I mean, in an ideal world, we should be able to bring our pieces over and try to at least get to this pawn and then create a passer. That would be awesome. That would be so awesome. Pietro will win? I hope so. So, honestly, at this point, I am focused on making sure there are no forks. That's what I'm hoping for. How is the contrast of my green board with this blue background, by the way? Should I change it? D3 can also become a forking square. D3. Oh, oh, I see what you mean. Sorry. So king d3 if there's something like this. Yeah, well, indeed, the engine likes king e2 or king c2 much better than king d3, which isn't obvious at all. I think king e2 is the best. Perhaps that is the reason why. King e2 was played. Okay, GG's. Okay, that was the best move. That's all I needed. Good move. It's a subtle one, but it's a good move. Nice. Also, hi Dante. Sorry if I didn't say hello earlier. Nice job. All right, so we have king e2. And now, hmm, now black has some options. I wonder if f6 is the plan. F6 e5. I wonder if so something like this. I wonder if black prefers to go this way with the bishop. And then I wonder what we are gonna do. We can finally bring the rook over, but it's gonna take a while. And unfortunately, this knight is a great defender of a lot of key squares around here. But hey, at some point, this has got to be a liability, right? It has got to be. I wonder also if at some point I guess this move should not be a good move, because then we can infiltrate perhaps this way. Tricky, tricky, now it's gotten tricky. Yes, we need white to win. We need Pietro, that one, to win. Are you Pietro's girlfriend? No, I am not. I've never met him in person. Oh, YouTube chat, it's so great. F6, 96 check. Oh, that's a good point. That's that's a way to bring the knight to a better square. What if they go here? Now this is potentially annoying. But 96 is the best here. Are we repeating? What if we go here? That's important though, because then they have options of closing our bishop, don't they? Which we don't love. But indeed, we do have that check, which is a good thing to have. On the other hand, they might make a move to prepare that. Say, what if they go here? We go here, and then they go f6, and now we don't have this anymore. Oh, come on. What is this? Best move here is rook b8. e5 and rook a8, because you're threatening this. What if I go there? Engine stuff. Engine stuff. Oh man, how I would love this knight to not be here, but it's gonna stick around for a while. Or maybe they just go here to Fianchetto and finally get their bishop out. Then we continue with our one move plan or two move plan that we want to go over there. And this is a threat. Very much still a threat. Isn't it? Apparently not. Rook b4. e5. Bishop h6. Okay, get out of here. What is going on? Oh my goodness, because if you take, we have this and we get the rook. But then this is also hanging. Oh my goodness. Come on, who's playing rook b4 there? I mean, that's insane. Rook b4 because you want to go there and there. Sorry, it's fun to sometimes look at some engine moves like these. And rook a4. And if you go a5, we take. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what the engine will come up with. Sorry. I gotta. Hey, Aero Powell. Thank you. I'll do my best. It's also good practice for me. Hello. I like King D7. I think King D7 is probably the best here. I want E6 instead. Oh, that's also very relevant. Good morning, Aero Powell. Sorry, I got carried away looking at some engine lines. Oscar, are you also playing? What about knight to b3? Let's take a look. Knight to b3. Wait, so after something like king here, knight b3, and then you said knight c5. Oh, you want to go to knight. Okay, here. And then rook b1. Well, we also have to take in consideration what black does, right? But I think rook b3 is probably a move if we try to reroute a little bit and get away of from any pawn and from any forks. And actually, if they take, that would be nice. Yeah, bishop h6 is wild. Is the schedule confirmed for my game? Yeah, so either way, our main plan over here is not to get forked. Bring our rook to the open file and try to be tricky. Trying to, I guess we're kind of trying to hurry up a little bit with some initiative. Since the little compensation we have for the pawn here is the fact that we are slightly ahead of development. The whole Phoebe, well, I think the goal of the league is for everyone to schedule their games with their respective opponents. Hello, Carzo. Franchise, why are you still awake? And I haven't scheduled my game yet. I have to do that. Who had the idea of creating this league, by the way? Oh, I'm sorry, Chrysal. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everyone is safe. Thanks, Derek. Thank you, franchise, for the 30 streams. Tao is saying hello from YouTube, by the way. Hello, Tao. Can Twitch chat say hello to YouTube chat, please? Yeah, that's the wind. Yeah. Oh, we have a move. Thanks, Pfeiffer. We have f6. We have f6, indeed. So then what we thought about here was exploiting this e6 square. which Oscar pointed out. No, there's no tactics. It's just gonna be a long endgame. Well, there aren't a lot. Is there a participation prize, Arrow Powell? I have never won anything in a chess tournament, so maybe I could win a participation prize. Well, funny enough, it wasn't even the best move, so. Oh man, 2 hours and a half and it's still gonna be a long game. We are on move 18. I will take off my headphones for a bit. I'll set them here. Didn't you finish third? No, I finished fourth. What would you like the participation prize to be? Like I don't know, like 1,000 euros or something. I would like it to be a certificate of some sort, like a voucher of some sort, like a voucher for mm, get out of punishment for not thinking, for rushing in puzzles. I think that's a good one. A voucher to get out. It's like sort of like a get out of jail free for free, but the jail would be any punishment for rushing in puzzles. You still owe punish. That didn't count, Hero Powell. But for that kind of stuff, voucher for get out of playing Blitz, out of jail of having played Blitz. So YouTube chat right now must be a little confused, but you see, me and Twitch chat, we have our secrets, we have our inside jokes. I'm sorry. All right, I like knight e6 check, and apparently, did we look at this? Did we look at rook b1 here? No, we didn't. Check this out. Check this out. Rook b1 e5, rook b8 check, king c7, bishop takes c5 check, f takes, rook takes, and fork. Well, it's good if they go there, but maybe they go here. Man, you gotta love engines. You gotta love engines. There's so many tricky moves here somehow. Rook b1 is an option, allowing this. Insane. But it's not much better. You should just go check. Check and... Ooh, here we have rook b1. King here? Oh my goodness, and then we infiltrate. This would be so good for white. Oh my god. All you have to do is to go check and hope that they go there. But in fact, it is better if they go here. Where we would have a check. They can go here. And then apparently the best try is to go back. which is not easy to find. And then g5, bishop g3. This is just engine lines now, so yeah, and we try to be annoying like this. But can we not bring this now? No, e5 is annoying. So what if they go here? We still insist. There's a lot of repetition going. I don't understand where the... Yeah, so we kind of try to force them over there. And then bishop c. So we're gonna try our best to infiltrate somehow. Being annoying with this 96 checks. Ooh, but that was not played. Instead, bishop b8. And engine doesn't like it. Why? It does seem natural. You're going after a pawn. What are we thinking? Hey, gameplay. So that's indeed considered a mistake. I can leave this on. Why is this a mistake? What if they go a6 here? Why is this so bad? Allah Dashtin. King d7 or e5. Okay, so e5. Are we getting any of our pieces trapped here? e5. Best move for black. For white, sorry. As usual, bishop takes a7. Takes, and I go here. I don't know what I was thinking this. Oh, and then we can take it. Okay, so a6 isn't good for black because we have a fork and we can take. And what if they go here, we go here, and they go there? Then we have rook b1. So e5 here is very annoying. What if we go check here? King d7. Oh, we don't have this anymore after e5. Here we have to take. And maybe now a6, and we achieved nothing, and we are still down a pawn. Position simplifying and not looking amazing. Yeah, very difficult, very tough. What if king d7? Also another suggestion. Rook b1. e5 still annoying. E5 is such an annoying move. E5 is so annoying for so many reasons. It kicks out the knight and it opens the bishop. All in one move. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, this is not good. E5 is really annoying. Bishop B8 was not the best move, no. Very tough though. You just had to realize that you needed to exploit that E6 square, and then you also have the C5 square, and you could be very annoying with some checks. Very annoying. And if King C8 in some of those lines, you always have like Rook B1. Yeah. Hello, Damien. Let's go, Dustin. Congrats. I can't see the notification. What did Dustin do? Was it a stream streak? Okay, but on a more positive note. On a more positive note. Oh, thank you. The gifted 100 subs. Those I can hear. There are alerts that I can hear. Thankfully. Um, what did I want to say? Okay, on a more positive note, this is move 19. Opponent has 13 minutes. So time is an issue for our opponent, and this is not very straightforward. So there's the good part. I think we have confirmed that this isn't. There's no extra time after move 40, which is awesome. So time trouble is 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 the thing here. It's definitely very relevant here. Yeah, opponent is indeed short on time. Could anyone confirm this, please? On Twitch or on YouTube, could anyone please confirm there is no added time after move 40? Just to be sure. Please, please, please. And we also have some hesitation. Hey, getting close to 10 minutes. It's tricky. It's tricky. There could be mistakes. So here e5 is very annoying. e5 is very, 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 very annoying. And in case of e5, it's very important to find bishop takes a7, which is also very difficult to find. So it's getting very, very interesting. And if indeed there is no extra time, I mean, even if there is, this is move 19. This is only move number 19, and opponent has 10 minutes. We have 40. I mean, even if it's not looking so great on the board, there's time issues. So that's time. You know what they say, time is also a chess piece. I know it sounds very philosophical and cliche, but it is very true. Time management is a very important aspect of chess. Unless you're Magnus Carlsen, where you can show a 1 hour late and still win. But yeah. Default time 30 minutes? What is that? Thank you, Tinder, for looking it up, but I'm more confused than when I started. What is default time? He's moving the king. King d7. Also a good move. Oh, you lose if you arrive 30 minutes late. Okay. Well, yeah, so no extra time. No extra time. So we have King d7. King d7. A good move. Can't we take on a7 then? Can we take on a7? I mean, there's always gonna be a e5. I wonder if at this point, maybe no. You don't start rushing at this point. It's not time yet. No. But Pietro's probably thinking, can I not take this pawn? And actually, you can. It's just, in general, your position is a bit unpleasant. But, and apparently this is a missed win, by the way. Takes e5 is very unpleasant. As I mentioned before, e5 is a very annoying move because it kicks out our knight. Black has really nice central control and a much better pawn structure than we do, and opens up their bishop that has been not playing the whole time. Here we have to go knight b3, and yeah, obviously black does not have to take, which would help us a lot. They can just improve their position, put their knight on a very nice outpost. And now this knight is not as flexible as we would like to. We do, however, have a passer. We do have an outside passer here, which we would love to dream of promoting one day. So here are some aspects of this position. Definitely not easy to play here, as black has a very nice structure here, and we don't. So there is that. And also our pieces are very limited right now. So we have to be careful in the future, even getting our bishop trapped or something. I wonder if we can just start pushing. And then try to get this behind and go. Go, 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 go. Unfortunately, black can maybe just put their bishop, bring their bishop out, and then we try to do this, and they also have this. And now, I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe can also infiltrate this way. Maybe then we go after this pawn, so not so straightforward. What if you go there? A lot of moves here. Sorry, I'm just making moves just to explore a little bit the position. But, yeah, stuff. They also have... Okay, so we have some moves. Indeed, bishop takes a7 was played. I like the fact that this was played relatively fast. I mean, it's safe. It's not a lot. There weren't a lot of other options, and we have the time on our side. e5 played, knight b3 played, correct. So far, so good. Now, after knight c3, we're getting that position that I was just looking at. What it is difficult to make a move. So let's see what Pietro comes up with. I was getting a bit carried away, sorry. Ooh, opponent trades. Now, this is good news for us. This is really good news for us. It helps us a lot. For sure. I'm even gonna show you. So this, before this, it was around -1. not obviously not a significant advantage, not a decisive advantage. And now the trade helped us a lot. We have definitely a lot more mobility here. And maybe we can. What if they go, say, bishop? They just bring their bishop out. Oh, was king c7 played? Oh, my bad. King c7 was played. That's interesting. So they want to go over this way. Can we? Well, in fact, our bishop is a bit limited here. For that reason, we have to be careful about stuff like this. Like so. But how? What if we go rook a1? They go bishop e7. How do we stop rook a8? Oh, not necessarily, because then we might have some tricks. But what if they go king b7? An option is rook a5, apparently. And if they go here, we have this. Yes, we do. And the idea is that we want to go there. What if they go here? We want to play... Why is f3 the best move here? That's insane, because we want to play e4 next. Why not e4 right away? Oh. Wow. Sorry. There's a lot happening right now. I'm just trying to make the most of it. Okay. Who is winning? Right now it's around equal. Rook a4. Well, the point of rook a5 is to allow this escape of a bishop c5, where we can offer a trade. The As if they go there, we still have this. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, rook a1 makes sense. It's an open file. That's where you put your rooks, right? Pressuring the opponent on the clock as well. A lot can happen here. It's been a very interesting game. I mean, a lot of tactics were in town, but also um, we analyzed a lot of interesting lines, and that's always great to find interesting ideas. Black only lost A and B pawns, yeah? Wait, sorry. It's a very interesting structure. See, that's the problem, that after bishop b8, you ended up there with a bit of an awkward situation for your bishop. Rook a1, bishop d6. There, I like Rook a5 I actually like. Sorry. e4 played. See, e4 also makes sense, you know? So again, sacrificing pawns has been a theme in this game. e4. So yeah, so you're trying to get a square for your bishop to escape. For your bishop to get out. Now, hear me out. Is this a bad move or is c5 a move here? I actually am curious about that. Is c5 a move? He takes d5. And what if you go here? Okay, 1. Bishop here. Okay, 5. You still have this. Okay, but what if you go there? Bishop b6 again. Look at that. This is fun. This is fun. This, okay, you can just take and then you want to bring your bishop home. And again, sacrificing pawns. I mean, Pietro sure likes sacrificing pawns to get some sort of advantage. Where's my sister? My sister is in Portugal right now. Romania, actually. She's in Romania right now. Cool line, yeah. There's been so many interesting lines here. I mean, this was a London, of course. There were always gonna be interesting ideas. 7 minutes though. Hey, look, time situation. The clock is on our side. The time is on our side. Hey Dom, how is the game going? The game has had its ups and downs. Now we are a bit more comfortable, and this is only move 23. Yeah, this is move 23, and the opponent has 7 minutes left. So we are hoping that that's gonna be an issue for them. To be very honest. There we go. Yeah. See, I also like e4 because it's maybe rook a1 was more of an unexpected move. If you come to think about it, maybe e4 is a bit trickier and to some extent and can be a bit more confusing for our opponents. So we just finally got our pawn back. Now time to sack another one. Yeah, it's been a theme in this game. The theme of sacking pawns. Rook a5 is hard to spot, you think? I mean, now that we play d4 is not necessary, but before it was just a way to try to trade bishops, to just find a safe square for the bishop. Man, 5 minutes! This is getting intense! Derek, how is your day going? By the way, today is February 20th of February, which means it's my birthday 1 month. For those who care. I don't. Do I know Goofy Chest? Yes, I do. Looks like long-haired Magnus versus Alireza. It's okay. I don't care either. Yeah, we're getting older. I wonder if Pietro is older than me or younger than me. I actually don't know. Does anyone know what Pietro's age is? Leaving for a weekend trip in 40 minutes and haven't packed yet. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Where are you going? Wait, my birthday is in 1 month, but thank you for the wishes. We are doing okay. It was my birthday this month. Tineric, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us? Did I know? I didn't know that. Well, happy birthday. Belated birthday. I wish I knew. I should know. Did you know, Oscar? Should we have a channel on Discord for everyone's birthdays? By the way, are we saying the same thing? Why does the opponent have 3 minutes? This is... Oh my goodness. He's really overthinking it. You should know all of our birthdays. You never told me. We did wish happy birthday to our mods, so I know Ellen and PMD. My birthday is March 20. Stalk us? I could never. 3 minutes for opponent. 3 minutes. C5. Hey, my idea. My idea. You can just take on D5. You can just take on D5. You are chilling. You just need to not be scared. Your bishop is not getting trapped because every time they go rook A8 and bishop and king B7, we have rook A1 and bishop B6. So this is not good for black. This is very much equal. You just take on D5 and you are chilling. It's just important not to get concerned. You have rook a1, rook a5 resources. You have bishop b6 resources. Your bishop is not getting trapped. I know it's not so easy to see, but it is possible. We have all the time in the world, sorry, compared to our opponent. If he goes b4, is it bad? b4, well, we just lose a pawn, right? And then we end up with an isolated d pawn. Stop, Oscar. Hey, who are the players? So, we are doing commentary for Pietro, who is sitting on the right side playing with the white pieces. He is a very well-known YouTuber whose content I really recommend, and also, if you prefer, also he also posts on Instagram. And this is a tournament in the Isle of Wight, which I believe is south of the UK. South of UK. Probably, how do you even get there? Do you get a ferry from somewhere in the UK? Yeah, and we are covering his game, and it has been a very interesting London. You take a ferry, yeah. So, tough to spot, I can imagine, but it is a very It is a very safe position, and I'm getting excited because there have been some mistakes from black naturally as you get very low on time. Harry, we always have bishop b6, which is a very nice resource. It looks like we are getting our bishop trapped, but bishop b6 saves us in a lot of situations. There are fairies, yeah. Makes sense, thank you. So let me play it out just to illustrate. So let's illustrate. If we take and they go king b7, we go rook a1. Say they go bishop e7 to open up the rook. First of all, we have rook a5 because we are threatening to take here. And if they go rook here, we have bishop b6, just to illustrate. And bishop b6, if you take, we take the rook. And if you take the rook, we can take with the bishop. And now we are up a pawn, and this is a very promising endgame, just to illustrate this one situation. But there are other situations where, say for instance, if black doesn't go king b7, there's even some bishop b6 check. So the bishop is not getting trapped. Yeah, this is probably a double round day, yeah. Yeah, Trey Jenks, I'm aware. It's definitely not such an easy sequence to find, but it's a great resource to be aware of. What you need to see is king b7, rook a1, bishop d6. Let me play this. Rook a5, bishop c7. If bishop c7, can't we take on c5? Rook takes c5. And then he suggested rook a8. Rook a8. Apparently this is good indeed. Because we have we have 3 connected passers. Very strong. Okay, b4 was played. In theme of giving a lot of pawns back and forth. Good line. What about bishop takes c5? In what position? Here? Not here, right? Okay, b4. Yeah, it's not easy to find this resource. So this looks like makes more sense. So you try to find an escape square for your bishop. Honestly, also very good in the considering opponent's time situation. Yes, here. Sorry. But this, even though we have is this the position you're talking about? Even though we have the 3 connected passive parallel, at least engine doesn't like it. It should be probably easy to sacrifice the bishop for a pawn or 2. Either way, let me look at this live right now because this is a very important moment. Yeah. 1 minute. This is getting exciting. So takes, I assume c takes before, bishop takes, and then we take on d5. Hello, Anita. Welcome in. One minute. C takes before, they might have d4. Oof, that's... How about rook c1, king here, and then bishop c5. If you go king d7, do we still have bishop c5? This is still playable, right? Maybe we can go here. Still a game. It's definitely not clear for either side. Exciting. Getting exciting. Okay. I guess it's very easy to be tempted here if you're playing white and you have this time situation to be tempted to play really fast. You don't have to think for 10 minutes, but you can also take your time just to be sure that you're not blundering anything, trying to flag your opponent. There is 30-second increment after all. We believe, let's go. I mean, it's still not the prettiest. Even after that bishop c5 move, trading here, it seems very sketchy, but who knows? Maybe we can pull it off. What if we take on d5? No, apparently this is still good. King d3. Bishop d7 is suggested. Well, I simply go after this. Can we take? King d6, engine lines, by the way. Rook b1, still a game. It's also possible. Honestly, it might be even simpler, to be honest, than on d4. I might prefer taking on d5 actually, now that I think about it. So that we can keep more pieces and keep it a bit trickier here. Oh my goodness. Bishop b5? Where do you mean bishop b5? Oh, after c takes b4 and bishop takes? I guess so. We are rooting for Pietro over white. Okay, still thinking, taking some time here. I mean, I would be so stressed if I was Dominic right now. Yeah, I agree on time. Yeah, taken on d5, come to think of it. Keep more pieces and and keep it tricky. But let's see. It is indeed an important moment. Are you reading YouTube chat? No. Yes, I am. It is the Masters, actually, Pastor Warrior. This is the Masters section. Pietro just thought, come on, let's just play all the Masters and high-rated opponents. He's one of the lowest rated in the whole tournament, actually. They forgot they have rooks. Yeah. I mean, black hasn't even moved that bishop and that rook, actually, matter of fact. Black surprised us a lot in this game. Okay. Taking time. I think this is smart. If you're unsure, it's not super clear. Yes, he played mostly higher rated opponents around 2000. Because this is the master section, so there's a lot of strong players playing for titles even, I guess, or getting a lot of rating, I guess. Okay, I'm starting to get that itch, like, please make a move. But we are okay on time. I know it is our time, but it also feels like find just a line where you're doing okay. Keep it tricky. You're always going to be down a pawn here. Maybe if you take on d5, you manage to get that sweet 3 pawn. So we can take on b4 or we can take on c5, on d5. Time for a little drink. Now where things are getting interesting, I'll have a snack afterwards. Actually, I'll have lunch afterwards. It's 2 p.m. already. Is rook c1 a move? Good question. Let's check it out quickly. Did we check this? After this, both this and this are hanging, so this might be very uncomfortable. This is a okay, because if you go there, we have a check. But still, I don't love playing against this now. So maybe let's take one pawn, just to keep it a bit simpler. The problem is d4. Okay, now thinking a little bit too much, maybe. Should be time to make a move, but I think he's almost reaching out for something. Okay. Oh, he's unsure. Oh, takes on b4. Okay. It's a fair option. d4, probably the best move here. Or taking. Maybe we can push here, but I don't like playing b6 because then our bishop is gonna be offside for a bit, which I don't like. I prefer bringing the bishop back and then playing b6 eventually at some point. Okay, opponent just took very fast, and now we take. Now we just take. Yeah, no reason not to. And let's see. Can they go after the pawn? Can they go like king d6 here or rook here? Rook a8. Rook a8. Can we just drop back? Should be fine. 44 seconds. Hey, this is. Oh, hesitating. Okay, rook a8. Can we just drop back with the bishop? So if we just drop back, I guess we're losing this pawn. No? Or what should we do here? What's wrong with just going back? Maybe black can play f5 and play for this. g3 though. This is okay. What about king here? Rook d1, I don't like babysitting. Maybe rook b1. Rook b1. Also, they have some checks now. And if we go up, feels... No, this should be fine, no? Oh man, tricky, tricky. I'll just leave it on the live board, see what happens. I feel like we're gonna have a lot of moves now. Not easy. Dropping back feels natural, but you can maybe even go like rook b1 here and try to trade bishops. And that endgame, even if that d pawn falls, that should be a draw, right? 3 versus 4 pawns. Don't ask me, I'm not an expert in rook endgames. But it usually is. Rook ending very drawish. I'll take your word for it. All rook endgames are draws, yeah. At the end of the day, that is the truth. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a very interesting game. I think there were a lot of tactics here and there, a lot of positional misses, I guess. Position has changed a lot. Enjoy, Alan. Yes, Ron, still in it, and 1 minute for our opponent. But our clock is ticking as well. Rook a1. I like rook a1. Keeping some tension. If king b7, do we have... Wait, if king b7, we have rook b1, thankfully. So way to keep it tricky, Pietro. Let's go. 20 seconds. Hey, this is super exciting. Way to keep it tricky. I love this move. King b7, rook b1 here. Only move. Let's go. Of course. All right, we're getting into an endgame, which well, maybe they won't lose on time, but maybe they will make a mistake that will cost them the game. That could also happen. Time trouble can lead to that. Okay, how do we go? How do we go around this? How do we do it? See you later, Fast Warrior. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much. What's the technique, chat? You teach me. Are we gonna drop our pawn? Okay, rook b2. Rook b2 with the intention to go rook d2. Protect the king from any checks. King d6 makes also a lot of sense. I guess we are dropping the pawn, huh? I mean, it should be a draw if we keep the rooks, no? Rook b5. Oof, rook b5 is tough. This is why you study your rook in games, chat. I would be crying at this point because I know I would have the notion that this is probably a draw, but it is not so easy. So rook b5, see, I wouldn't play rook b5. Rook b5, rook a2, you're getting into checks. Where am I supposed to go with my king? Maybe they can go like f5, g5. Oh, but that's very true though. If they go rook a2 there, at some point maybe we could go rook b7 and infiltrate. You are right. Go after the pawns. Wait, why is our clock ticking and we are not at the board? Please come back. Please come back. There's no extra time or like move 30 or something, right? Okay, does Pietro know his rook endgames? You get to rook b5 just by elimination since rook d2 would be very passive and the pawn only endgame is very scary. Well, rook d2 was played. I would also play rook d2 here, but I understand that it's a bit more passive than rook b5. Rook b5 gave us some access to the back rank, to the 7th rank, as pointed out. Okay, black, you know what? Black has 1 minute for the rest of the game. Unless they get a bunch of very easy moves, they are gonna be very, very, very concerned about their time. Okay, e4. E4 I didn't expect. Can we just go king e3? King e3, f5? Are we infiltrating? Yes, king e3 should be the best, no? f5 now. And if f5, can we go f4? I guess not. Oh, king e5. Can we push the pawn? Can we go push the pawn and hope for the best? Rook d7. Well, if they take, we take, and then we take on e4. I don't have a move now. If not d6, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Are we gonna go like h4 or something? Like g4 maybe? g4 to prevent f5. f4 and hope that he doesn't know en passant. I don't like f4 after en passant, to be honest. d6, yeah. Rook d7. Rook d7. Can we just go g4 here? Yeah, rook d7 played. I would probably just go g4. We're preventing f5, and if they take on d6, we trade, and then we take on e3, and that should be a draw. On e4, sorry. g4, g6. Mm. This is great. You know what? I'm happy to be here. I'm learning. I would be very nervous in this position. g4, h5, g4, h5, and then I go h3. No? You don't? Oh man. Rook d4. Rook d4 did not cross my mind. Rook d4, f5. So maybe to prevent that, maybe we go g4 like Oscar said, h5, and then rook d4. Oof, interesting. We have time to figure it out. We are gonna fight hard for this draw. Honestly, if we pull off a draw here, it's a very great result given that we were shaking a little bit at a lot of times. A lot of points in this game. g4, g6, and rook d4. How about that? Okay, f4 right away. En passant. King takes, I would assume. Let's not separate the pawns. He knows how to take en passant. Yes, king takes. Are they gonna take on b6? And then we have a king. Well, actually, we shouldn't take on d6, right? We would be up down a pawn. Okay, we've been down a pawn the whole game. My goodness. How I would love to have an extra pawn at this point. Wait, trading isn't good. Trading isn't good. You are down a pawn in a king and pawning game. Oh, he's surprised. Oh no. We aren't supposed to do that. Uh-oh, opponent is smiling and look at the opponent's reaction. He was so shocked to see the rook trade. Oh my goodness, did you see the reaction? Oh no. You aren't you a pawn a rook endgame there down a pawn is a draw. A pawn and king endgame is not a draw if you're down a pawn. We fought so hard for so long, that's such a shame. Rook is the great equalizer, yeah. Now, chat, this is a good lesson, I guess, of what not to do. It was very important to keep the rooks there, very, very important. And I found the opponent's reaction really funny. He was like, yeah, this should just be a win for black. At this point, let's see the conversion. Who knows? Maybe we go h4 and they go g4. g5, sorry. That would be funny. No, I think he realizes. He played it so fast too. It must have been a very fast decision, very impulsive. He he has been doing so well in his time management. And he played a fast move when he shouldn't have. It's such a shame. Really. I think he's upset. Chess is so brutal. Chess is so brutal. Yeah. Hey, maybe we go h4 and again they play g5. Who knows? Unfortunately, like f5 maybe there should be good. Yeah, in pawn and games, if you're up a pawn, you are probably, if king and pawn and games, of course, if you're up a pawn, you're probably. Can somebody tell me what's going on? What part are you confused about? Yeah, king d5. Can he flag? Well, there's 30-second increment. At this point, I think he's safe. I think he realizes what he's done. Such a shame. Damn, Chad, now I'm sad. I was invested. And it's such a shame that it was just an impulsive decision that wasn't thought out. Alex should be. No, no, definitely not. It's easy for me to talk. I make mistakes all the time. But you don't need me to tell you that. Yeah, I mean, he knew what he was getting into, but I think in this game he was definitely, at least on his way to drawing, he's definitely played at the same level as his opponent, or even better at some point. He was fighting a lot. He found some good moves. I think it's gonna be a bit tough for him just for the simple reason that he traded rooks instantly. He probably just miscalculated at that point. I'm certain that he's aware that a pawn endgame is losing if you're down a pawn. I have no doubt. It was just a moment of a rush, It's it happens a lot in tournaments. In chess in general, you rush and all of a sudden, uh-oh, that was not good. Exactly. It must have just been tired. Just made an impulsive decision. But it's okay. Hey, this it's case one of those situations where you learn from experience, you learn by making mistakes, and sometimes some mistakes you need to make more than once to learn your lesson. It's just how it is. It's also we shouldn't underestimate the adrenaline that comes in chess. You see that your opponent is almost flagging. You know that you've been not doing so well in the whole game. Um, you want to play fast, and then one moment of an impulsive decision, and it can be just all lost. So yeah, exactly, Tarek. You found a lot of very good moves. Actually, I should check. Opponent has played with 93% accuracy, which is definitely very good. So there is that, and is also doing a great job here in the same game. Yeah, definitely. I mean, opponent is in 1900, right? 1900 is strong for sure. Look at that, King D5. He knows what he's doing. Just waiting. I really need to practice some pawn games, by the way. I need to practice so much for my tournament. It's overwhelming. Yeah, but this is round 7. That's what I thought, not round 6. It's round 7. Maybe Pietro got a bye? He might have gotten a bye at some point. I think so. I think I remember something about that. Yeah, this is actually round 6 for him, but it's round 7 in the tournament. We only learn rook endgames, and we should never trade rooks. I don't even know rook endgames. Now this is making me feel a little bit like, man, after this, I'm gonna end the stream and I'm going to study some endgames. It's so difficult. You find yourself in a position where like, oh, I'm not sure how to do this. The adrenaline, I've been fighting hard. I told you, and you know it. Chess is brutal, unbelievable. Even if they go h6, we cannot go. We can't promote. Yeah, but okay. I think it's a good decision not to resign here. Maybe there will be a mistake. If you get permission to stream that Sam Shankland, I don't have Sam Shankland's Rook Endgame course, but I do have Silman's Endgame course. It's not only on Rook Endings, but honestly, it's not the only thing that I need to practice. So we did a lot of it on stream, Piper. I might get back to it. Yeah, maybe they go G5 and they take. Who knows? Oh, this is so frustrating. Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? Oh, I'm sad. Yeah, this is definitely completely winning for black. Okay, maybe they do this. Maybe they do this. Maybe they go f5. Yeah, yeah, Timothy. But I'm sure that he already knew that beforehand. I'm certain this was a miscalculation or just a moment of, I don't know, confusion. He made that move too fast. That was the problem. I know he knows. Like, I have no doubt. I think this is not resignable yet. I mean, opponent is 1900, but who knows? Uh, should have pushed the H pawn earlier. After the rook trade, it was just lost. You can try a lot of things, but you are trying to learn everything at once, so you do all the courses, opening tactics, visualizing endgames. Generic, I know what you're talking about. But then what to focus on if it's all bad? Yeah, G5. What is the opponent's YouTube channel? I don't think they have one. Focus on playing better moves. I'll try my best. I see your point, Chad, but then tell me, out of all the things that I do, which one should I focus on? I mean, tactics you should do every day, but you should obviously focus on other things on the side. As for a draw, is Pietro's YouTube is Pietro checkmate. Yeah, good technique here. King d4. Now if we go king g3, you go king e3. King g3, king e3? Yeah, rook trade, not good. Opponent is so relaxed too, like he knows what he's doing. GM knows, says 1/3 tactics, 1/3 calculation playing. 1/3 playing and analyzing, and 1/3 rest, one thing at a time. That's good advice. I like that. I might do that. Continue tactics, continue playing, and the rest is definitely gonna be openings for me, which I've been doing. Sort of. I was thinking of getting into endgames, but I mean, at this point, it might be a little bit too late, as a prep for the tournament at least. I got so many points and half point by knowing rudimentary pawn endgames. This kind of unwarranted trading down to king and pawn endgame happened so many times. So much to know in chess, so much to do. He realized, oh my god, oh my god, it was just because he did that for the DGT board. Oh my god. Ah. For a moment, I see the bar go up, and I'm like, what just happened? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, 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 no. The king e5 was just to put the kings on dark squares for the DGT board. Oh my god. My heart. Why would you do that? No, this didn't happen. This didn't happen. He resigned here. By the way, had he gone here, king e3 and it's a draw. We're just gonna keep the opposition. Oh, no, this was lost. It's a shame, really. It's really a shame because we just, it was just one moment. Raydon, hello. You didn't play today, did you? Raydon, look what happened. It was so bad. It was such a heartbreaking moment. This was a draw here. And here Pietro took the rook. He traded the rooks down a pawn. This was a mistake. Oh, you guys prepped together? Well, the opening was very interesting. I told Pietro, whatever you do, don't trade rooks again. Oh, this has happened before? Oh no. Oh no, he's looking at... Wait, is this frozen? No, it's not frozen. I'm sorry, Pietro. Should we just remove him from the screen? I'm sorry. Chess is hard, I know. It's a difficult sport to play. He traded rooks into a losing pawn endgame. Yeah, well, the same thing happened today, in fact. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he will want to talk to us, so maybe I should just end the stream. Is he resetting the position in the opening? What position is he putting on the board? Oh, after castles, bishop b5. Wait, after knight a5. Oh, when he played c6. He played c6. Yeah, c6 was incorrect there. Bishop takes d7 was better. Impressive that he just put that on the board right now. Yeah, I'll go get showered and meet him in person. Well, I guess, Raydon, can you please be the producer for a moment and allow me to end the stream and just let him analyze? And I guess there's an afternoon round? Maybe? I guess not, actually, because I'll be commentating on Sunday. So maybe not. No, he's absolutely capable. He was just drawing this game. Like, it's not a matter. It was just one move. He played it super fast, and I'll even show you. Here, he played this in like 10 seconds. And it looked like it was even faster because of the notation. Yeah, this is good. I mean, he's learning. He played a good game. It was just one moment. Exactly. Some people say the best way to improve is by playing stronger opponents. So certainly that's not the problem here. So we'll just let him be. Um, I will just end the stream here. I'm gonna get going. For those of you watching on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed the commentary. Sad ending to the game, but I think there were a lot of moments where um, we we learned a lot and a lot of interesting tactics in the game, and we are rooting for him for the next rounds. So I'm gonna get going as well. Sorry, PMD, I'm just gonna get going. Thank you, Tineric. Thank you for being here the whole time, by the way. Anton as well, to all of you for hanging out this whole time. I always appreciate it. I mean, it's 4 hours of analyzing a single classical game. It's very much appreciated. And we learned a lot, and that's what matters. And we're going to be rooting for Pietro. And in fact, tomorrow I'll be back for some Isle of Wight commentary, but it will be for Alexandra. And on Sunday, I'll be commentating another game for Pietro. So, I'm gonna get going now. Let me send a raid first. Very, very fast. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Who is streaming right now? Look, Alexandra Chess is streaming right now. Oh, Tamara went live? Just now? Okay, then I'm gonna send you guys Tamara. Alright, say hello to me. Not to her from me. New streamer, yeah. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck, Raiden, for with your prep and everything. This is awkward. I have to wait for the timer. I don't have a button. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you. Let's just wait like 30 seconds. I'm okay. How are you? I just gotta go have some lunch. I gotta have some lunch. I'm getting hungry. GG's to him for analyzing. Ooh, I'm getting a cold.